Roll call.
Trustee Chin-Lao,
Here.
Trustee Aragon,
Present.
Trustee Gibson,
Here.
Trustee Silver,
Here.
Trustee Kwong, Trustee Liu,
Here.
Trustee Wong,
Here.
Trustee Kwong is excused. Any public comment on closed session items?
No public comment at this time.
Thank you. We will recess to closed session. Five four nine five six, conference with real property negotiator. Government Code 54957.6, conference with labor negotiators. Government Code 54957, public employee appointment, assistant superintendent vice president.
erased or forgotten, to recognize our place in this history, and to affirm our commitment to social justice, systemic change, and anti-racism.
Thank you. A pledge of allegiance.
Please rise. Let's begin. Thank you.
Thank you. Approval and reordering of agenda items.
President Gibson, I would like to make a motion to approve the agenda, but table item J9 due to scheduling issues until next month.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Student trustee,
Aye.
all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Introductions and recognitions. Do we have any today? No. No. Public comment on non-agenda items.
So we have several, is my mic on? We have several speakers on non-agenda items. So I will remind you that, are we doing 3 minutes each?
Yes.
I'll use a timer here, but there'll also be a timer, correct, Audrey? And again, I will do my best in pronouncing the names. If I've mispronounced it, please excuse me. Just go to the podium and correct me. That'd be fine. Are we ready?
Yes.
Okay, first I have Francesca Chiaga, or Francesca.
Hello, good evening. My name is Francesca Chaboya, and I am the president of ALE, which is the Association of Latino Employees. And I am here today after a thoughtful conversation with my fellow board members about how we intentionally chose to honor March 31st as Farm Workers' Day, not by default, but with the intent to honor the collectivity of farm workers' bravery, sacrifice, and resilience. However, as March 31st approached, we heard from many employees and students that they were confused as to how this day would be observed. Many sought direction and clarity on how our community moves forward. There are lots of questions like, how do we continue to honor this day, not by centering one person who caused so much harm, but also ensuring that we are not contributing to the erasure of our history and our cultura. There are questions like, are we reflecting as a community and institution to ensure that we are not contributing to the same cycles of gender-based violence and harm? We also recognize that this is within a larger context of our Latina community feeling unseen and unheard as they navigate through the continued violence of ICE raids and kidnappings, as they question whether their programs funded by MSI grants are under attack or will completely disappear, as they wonder, do I even belong here or does anyone even care? I've had both students and fellow employees share that they feel crazy because the world around them moves past these traumatic events as if nothing has happened, or if it's simply headlines to move past, as if this isn't emotional, as if this doesn't trigger a physical, psychological, or emotional response. So as we moved past March 31st, it felt like another layer of heaviness sat on the shoulders of our comunidad. As ALE board members, we ask ourselves consistently, what does it mean to serve a Latina community and to be a Hispanic serving institution? How do we respond to the realities our students and employees are living every single day? So we are here to advocate for more action. How do we as an institution intentionally formulate a plan of action that actively protects and empowers our Latina community? How do we move beyond our words of cariño into innovative action of cariño? How do we continue to carefully reflect on how we can prevent and dismantle cycles of harm and violence? How do we turn our reflection into action so we ensure our students and employees feel like this is truly a space for them? We as a board will continue to ask ourselves these questions, and we call in our community and institutional leaders to do so as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me turn this off. There we go. Next up, I have Robert Villanueva. Robert Villanueva.
So I'm Robert Villanueva. I'm a core rising scholar here at Pasadena City College. I enrolled here in 2019, and the core program was established in the fall of 2019. So right during the pandemic, they took us to this conference Beyond the Bars in New York. For me, that was something unrealistic. You know, being a formerly incarcerated student on probation, I realized that it took the whole community, the whole tribe, which was the core program, submitted the letters to the judge, and they approved my travel request. So it sparked pretty much the passion to pay it forward. Unfortunately, for an old case stemming from 2017, I went back to prison. And in prison, I advocated higher education. At the time, Dr. Hatch and the core program, well, they were putting in the work out here on campus. I'm putting in the work behind the wall. And they went in there and they presented and validated pretty much my word on the yard. I made it back in 2024, and what I learned through the core program was how to build community. I learned how to navigate the amazing resources we have here at Pasadena City College. I got into the honors program, and I studied abroad in Florence, in Italy. Initially, I was accepted for Oxford, but I was denied entry because, convicted felon. But in the fall, I made it to Florence. And within that time frame, before Florence, I saved money because I landed a job at Impact. I'm a senior counselor at Impact as well. And when I studied abroad, I pretty much, what I learned here through the core program, I applied it in Italy, and I became a global freedom scholar. And I'm from the Roman chapter in Italy. And this Sunday, we're going to Cape Town, and once again, Raul came through with the letter, and my travel got approved once again. And in July, I'm going back to Rome to go share my story at Regina Coeli prison, where Pope Francis washed the prisoners' feet. So what I noticed coming back, I noticed that the demand for the core program is growing. And I'm pretty much advocating for full-time staff. And I mean, for the students coming in, and the core program saved my life. If anyone that knows me, before I was exposed to higher education here at Pasadena City College, you were looking at a man that was destined to suffer an early death. But the core program saved my life, and look how far I made it. And, Miguel and I just presented at New York Beyond the Bars 2 weeks ago. So from a local perspective, a national perspective, a global perspective, the core program is very important for people like me that are formerly incarcerated, how we change our lives. And I've toured many campuses, and here at Pasadena City College, according to my perspective, my experience, we got one of the best community colleges in the world. It's a lot of resources. So that's pretty much what I got for you guys.
Thank you, Bert. Thank you very much. Jesus Cuevas.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jesus Cuevas, just to piggyback off my colleague here, I want to make this clear. We only receive funding from the Rising Scholars. We don't receive the same amount of support as other programs who receive district funding. See, the thing is that reentry affects the formerly incarcerated individual, their family, their community, and in greater context, society as a whole. You see, formerly incarcerated people return and attempt to reintegrate into certain types of areas across the U.S., one of them being here at PCC. An unprepared program that can provide basic structural necessities to returning students, because as a reminder, we are students, may become even more unstable as a result, allowing the cycle of recidivism to continue. Improving reentry experience within our PCC community would benefit many, change the commitment in all levels of society, including the individual and their families, such as Robert Villanueva. We are seeing a rise in graduation rates and the involvement with our program and outside resource within the Pasadena community. With the help of this funding, district funding, we not only create more opportunities for our students, we create the chance of these students wanting to pursue even further higher education. Who knows, possibly maybe one day work for these institutions. As someone who's not only formerly incarcerated, but also non-DACA, I have invested my time within the community, whether that be here at PCC, Flint Ridge, the Dream Center, the DAS program at the Flint Ridge Center, more community engagement, here at PCC. The biggest point here is that we want to invest in our community. One of the biggest things is also we want to believe in this community. I think with believing would allow us to understand that we can work along with many of those who may not have the knowledge of what it is to be formerly incarcerated or non-DACA. As a president of the Core Radical Scholars Club, as a scholar who plans to graduate in the spring of 2027 and also run as a position of the Associated Students, I asked the board and the president, Jose, we need your help, and we need it more than ever. Help us stabilize our program. Help us better set our foundation to become a stronger bridge, pipeline, or pillar within the Pasadena City College. And again, my name is Jesus Cuevas. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, this name, Sam Burnt, is that correct? S-A-M, that's how I read it. Oh, it says non-agenda item on top, that's why. I will put it here. You know, things happen. Okay, let's go down here, make sure this one doesn't. Elijah Gosian. And I also have Zira. Does that sound, Bert? Okay, you're gonna help me out there with the last names, right?
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
My name is Elijah Gussain. I'm the president of the Decoded Brain Club here on campus. We are a student-led research organization for brain research and neurotechnology. And this is my colleague.
Hi, everyone. My name is Zita Sabaletti, and I'm a business lead of Decoded Brain.
So we're here today to bring to your attention that something really cool is happening on campus. As you all know, our generation, it's very hard to grab our attention. And more than that is, it's harder to get us interested in very hard, like specifically sciences, which require a lot of attention. We believe that we've sort of hacked this at Decoded Brain, and we're proud to say that since last year, so about a year, by the end of this semester, we would have produced about 30 research projects completely student-led. And we've built a custom platform for these students to share their work and collaborate and ease the effort it takes to collaborate outside of the classroom. We've raised over $10,000 to fund student-led research. And we have received over 150 student reports on the progress they are making. And so numbers are nice, but quality cannot be accounted for. And so we'd like you to see the output of what we're talking about at an end of semester showcase.
We're currently collaborating with MESA to organize one of the largest STEM events on campus this semester, where we will promote and showcase student-led initiatives. Participants will give oral presentations, and there will be also scientific posters. So it will be similar to a research conference. We will also be presenting one of the outstanding projects from last semester. It's called Cortexa, which is a luminescent dress powered by brain waves. We're going to have a brand who will present, and the singer will wear this dress that is powered by these brain waves. So it's going to be pretty awesome. And we would be really honored if you could join us to support our students' hard work and to see how Decoded Brain is innovating student research outside of the classroom. The event's date is going to be May 27th from 12 to 2 p.m. In the Westerback. Thank you so much for your attention.
Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Okay, next up, it's Sheena Kim.
Hi, everyone. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Sheena Kim, and I am a fourth semester nursing student at PCC. My peers are going to outline the systemic failures of this program, which include clinical chaos, the budget neglect, and the lack of communication. I want to speak to something that underlies all of these issues, which is what happens to students who speak up about it. I have spent the last several months documenting administrative failures that directly affected my education and my health. I sought written clarification on clinical requirements in January. That email went unanswered for several weeks, as did emails and text messages sent by my classmates seeking similar clarification. I was notified by phone the Saturday before our clinical orientation that I was out of compliance, and so I spent 5 hours driving between cities, spending nearly $450 out of pocket to complete requirements at the very, very last minute. I had a blood pressure reading of 171/110 that afternoon, and 2 weeks later, I was in the emergency room with heart palpitations and chest pain. I am not telling you this for sympathy. I am telling you because this is what compliance looks like when the system fails students. And because when I documented all of this in writing, I was called into an emergency Zoom meeting and told that if I didn't comply, all 10 students in my group would be dropped. I was told, and I am quoting directly, "I'm sure you don't want to do that to your friends." I have since been told to stop arguing, stop complaining, stop fighting, for writing emails, asking for written answers, and attempting to explain my position when I was told that I was choosing to be insubordinate. This is not an isolated experience. Students across multiple cohorts have described the same pattern: speak up and face consequences. Many will not come forward because they are afraid. I am standing here tonight because I believe that fear is exactly what this board has the power to address. I would like to petition the board for 2 specific actions. First, initiate a formal review of student complaints against the Health Sciences Division, including particular attention to whether retaliatory conduct has been used to silence students raising legitimate concerns. Second, establish a protected, anonymous reporting pathway for nursing students, one that is independent of program administration, so that students can report without fear of losing their clinical placements or their enrollment. My cohort is weeks away from graduation. We came to this program to become nurses. We should not have to choose between our education and our integrity. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, I have Megan Fedenko.
Hello. Thanks so much for taking the time to listen. My name is Megan Federico, and I am a 3rd semester nursing student at PCC. What I'm about to describe is not one bad experience, but a sustained pattern that threatens student equity, safety, and success. Many of the issues already discussed have really taken, they have a disproportionate impact on students who don't have the financial resources, have to work, or take care of family. And much of this has to do with the clinical chaos that was mentioned, as well as the lack of having a schedule at all. For example, one of many instances of this was last semester. For a period of 5 weeks, my group had no set schedule. We were told to remain fully available on a week-by-week basis. The one student in our group who failed that semester was a working mom. And she repeatedly shared her distress that she would be fired from her job due to the significant, repeated clinical changes, and just not having a schedule, not being able to give her work any information. So this situation was not an anomaly. This has happened to me for every one of the past 5 clinicals that I have had. So our program's anti-work policy has been explicitly and implicitly communicated to us throughout the program, but it's not an official written policy. It's not in our nursing handbook. It was not shared during orientation. And if it had been, I would have probably chosen a different program. So, you know, nursing credits, we can't just go to a different program. Nursing credits don't transfer, and often leaving a program could cost students years of progress towards licensure. And I'm not saying that nursing programs should not be hard. I chose PCC because of its reputation and because I wanted a program that was rigorous. But this program is hard for all the wrong reasons. 80%, I think during this program, about 80% of my mental energy has just been spent trying to figure out things like, does my group have an instructor? How many times will I have to call out of work? And will that put me at the threshold that I will get fired? And why do I have 2 classes at the same time? The core problem is not just that these issues exist, but that they are not being effectively addressed. Students raise concerns repeatedly, but there is little transparency, follow-through, or meaningful resolution. And these concerns extend beyond academic success and into student and patient safety, including protection from unsafe learning environments, unprofessional conduct, and situations that place students at risk. And some of you have probably already been included on, there have been a Title IX complaint that probably some of you are already aware of, but no intervention was made and students continue to be placed in unsafe situations. So I'm requesting a comprehensive review of all departmental complaints to ensure integrity and legality of the Health Sciences Division, as well as a review of whether we meet California Education Code compliance, particularly related to equitable access and student success. Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Gibson, since our typical public comment time is 15 minutes, I want to make a motion to extend our non-agenda public comment time for another 15 minutes to accommodate the speakers.
Thank you.
Assuming we have more, right, Trustee Aragon?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So I'll make a motion to extend time by 15 minutes.
I'll second.
Thank you. Student trustee,
Aye.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. We're extending time.
Okay, the next individual I have, okay, this is going to be great because the writing is so small. It begins with an H, S. Is it Samantha? Samantha. Thank you, Samantha, for making my old eyes work.
Thank you. I apologize for my handwriting.
It's all good.
It's always been a problem.
All right, here we go.
Okay, guys, I have a lot to go over. I'm going to speak very quickly. I have a far broader scope in what I'll be speaking about today. My name is Samantha Wan. I am a 4th semester nursing student at PCC, and I want to bring your attention on some serious issues which have not been effectively addressed at this time, going through the chain of command and all appropriate administrative channels, going up to the vice president and maybe possibly the president. I'm assuming that there are things that are known there too. That is why I'm here tonight to ask for your help in resolving these issues. Specifically, we've already started with clinical coordination issues. The clinical coordinator, for whatever reason, doesn't seem to be able to find sites, professors, or appropriate placement based on rotation. Certain professors who are hired are not given Canvas access, lab rooms, onboarding assistance, or general mentoring or onboarding in the hiring process. And total loss of clinical site access has been an issue as well. It frequently gets blamed on, for example, West Coast buying private spots. I happen to know that there was a law recently passed or a resolution passed where they're trying to get rid of that, but that's something that frequently gets blamed on. So we are asking that we make sure that there is a full-time, independent clinical coordinator hired who has absolutely no relationship with students on the floor, because the abuses that students have suffered with the current clinical coordinator have been extreme. We have a lack of appropriate or timely communication. Students are frequently warned of last-minute changes up to the day of or midday in the middle of clinical. Some groups are split between 6-hour shifts, 2 days a week to accommodate a lack of space. Some of them are called the day of to be somewhere just at the clinical coordinator's whim. We're frequently pulled into rooms with the clinical coordinator so that she may berate us for hours at a time, and then we are forced to pretend like we've gotten direct clinical patient care experience hours. As it stands, as of today, we recently had a BRN meeting, and they came. It was our reaccreditation meeting. They wanted to see an hours printout for all of the students to make sure that they were meeting clinical hours. Well, instead of providing a printout, individual students have been pulled into recorded private meetings with the clinical coordinator to do a false hours verification where they're not even allowed to see what the school is supposed to be recording for their hours. I refused to go to that meeting, and I was pressured by a professor to go on multiple occasions. This is not okay. Some students were not actually informed that they were being recorded. And again, they didn't have access to any documentation prior to that. I have to go very quickly, but the last thing that I want to bring up today that's a huge one is our budget issues and resources. This school doesn't seem to have a transparent budget. We've been told that it's none of our business by the dean. Faculty has no idea how to access this, but they like to blame the faculty and say that they don't have enough wherewithal to participate. We have seen websites, and we have seen documentation detailing that there have been things ordered for our program that we have not received. We work with expired supplies. We don't have what we need. So they keep telling us that we have the money. They keep telling us that we have the resources, but it's not happening. This stuff needs to be addressed immediately. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Laura Thomas, is that correct?
My name is Laura Thomas. I was born and raised in Pasadena, as were my children. My sister and I are proud alumni of the Pasadena City College nursing program when it was strong, reputable, and well organized, and known as one of the most highly regarded community college nursing programs in the area. However, as an adjunct clinical instructor for the third semester psychiatric rotation over the past 2 years, I have become deeply troubled by the environment my students have been forced to endure. My name should be familiar to each of you. On March 30th, I sent a detailed written report to this board outlining serious, documented Title IX concerns and multiple dangerous clinical situations involving my students. In that same report, I notified you that when I raised urgent safety concerns and exercised my professional duty to protect a student by advising them not to attend a clinical placement I believed to be unsafe, I was reprimanded by the health sciences dean. That response did not address the safety issue. It sent a clear message that raising concerns about student safety would be met with discipline. I also formally requested that the faculty member, this individual is also responsible for clinical placements, that she be placed on administrative leave immediately. The only response I received was from Dr. Gomez, who stated that he takes these matters seriously. Apparently, not that seriously. Because just this week, I was notified by a fourth semester student that students were instructed, as you just heard, to provide videotaped statements to the same faculty member verifying their clinical hours. This directive is highly unusual, unnecessary, and deeply concerning. These are students on the verge of graduation. Requiring videotaped statements in this context creates a situation where students may reasonably fear that their academic standing or future licensure could be impacted by their participation or by what they say. Students have already expressed fear and distress. This should never have happened. I had already put this board on notice and requested removal of this faculty member from student contact. Instead, access was maintained and the situation has escalated. These are not isolated incidents. They reflect a pattern of failure to intervene and a failure to protect students. As members of the Board of Trustees, you are responsible for ensuring student safety, institutional accountability, and compliance with state and federal law. These failures may implicate serious obligations under Title IX and Title V, including the duty to provide a safe, non-retaliatory educational environment. Several members of this board are up for re-election at the end of this year. You are all in receipt of my report. At this point, continued inaction creates significant legal and regulatory liability. I am asking this board to act immediately to protect students and restore integrity to this program. Thank you very much for your time this evening.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I think that concludes non-agenda item comments.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Approve minutes for Board of Trustees regular business meeting, March 11th.
So moved.
Oh, second. It's moved by Trustee Chenlau, sorry.
Moved and seconded. Student trustee,
Aye.
all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Combined consent calendar.
I'll move to approve combined consent calendar, items F1 through H15.
I have a comment.
Yes.
I'd like to congratulate the PCC baseball team, also the PCC badminton team for making it to the regionals and the state championship. I know that PCC has done great this season with sports and want to acknowledge the coaching staff and the PCC student athletes for making it this far.
Thank you. It was moved.
Was there a second?
I'll second it.
Second it.
Yes.
Student trustee.
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Through H.
Personnel.
Oh, yeah. K, personnel.
Personnel.
K, personnel.
Personnel's aye.
Mr. Chair, I would be willing to make a motion to approve items I1 through I3 collectively.
I'll second that.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. J. Section J. Resolution number 885, Community College Awareness Month.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Student trustee.
Aye.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Resolution number 886, Armenian Genocide.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Student trustee.
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye. Can I
Thank
just
you.
make one quick comment for the future? Perhaps the naming of the resolution on the agenda can be a little bit more thorough with the name of, because it just says Armenian genocide versus what we're commemorating the history of this critical part of history. So I just wanted to make that recommendation for the future. Thank you.
Good point. Thank you.
And I have one question on this. For those that organize, I know the Armenian recognition activities. I've seen stuff on the webpage. I was just wondering if there's anything else that was going to be added if they send it our way. Because I did attend last semester and I really enjoyed myself for some of the on-campus activities. That's all. Thank you. So we voting?
Thank you.
We vote already? Yeah, we approved this, right?
We approved it.
Yeah, excellent.
Three.
Resolution number 887, Black Student Success. This is a resolution for to resolve that we support Black student success because of all the activities that they needs to take place for that.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Student trustee.
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Does someone have the? Resolution number 888, sexual assault. This is to commemorate, to make April commemoration of sexual assault awareness.
There we go.
Motion to approve.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Student trustee.
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Resolution number 889, rose meat purchase.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Student trustee.
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Yay.
May I just congratulate Trustee Ryan Liu for really doing his part in ensuring that his district is moving forward toward the future in providing this opportunity for many of the underserved communities surrounding that district. So this is a really exciting opportunity for PCC.
Thank you, Trustee Chen Lao, and thank you to all my colleagues and the wonderful staff and team here for making that possible. Rosemead says thank you.
Yes, we're making very important steps in taking the steps to build a campus in Rosemead. It's amazing that we're accomplishing this. Approve additions, modifications, and deletions to the credit and non-credit curriculum.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Student trustee.
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. California Community College Classified Employee of the Year. Say, great that we've been, that they have submitted that. Thank you.
And who is that?
Motion to submit? Motion to nominate? What the right word is? Motion
Approve
to
the
Actually,
submission.
maybe,
approve the submission?
do we have an announcement?
I do in my churro, but the nominee is going to be Eric Valdez from kinesiology.
Excellent. Well,
And his title,
He is the, let me get that.
or you want to wait to your,
I could add it
Churro?
to my churro.
yeah.
Up to you.
Thank
Okay.
you. Sorry to put you on the spot, Francis.
It's okay.
We looked straight to you the moment we got to this. Thank you. Well, motion to approve.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Student trustee?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Wow.
We've removed that. We're going down to number 9.
8.
Oh, wait, we're going, number 8. Receive the sunshine letter from the Pasadena City College Faculty Association to the Pasadena Area Community College District to negotiate salary for 2026-2027 fiscal year.
Motion to receive?
You?
Second.
Second, thank you. Student trustee?
Aye.
All in favor?
So sorry. It's
Oh,
a
sorry.
personality.
Fine.
Sorry, Dario.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And item 8 is tabled.
We're now going to information items. Superintendent President's report.
Wait, 1 second on
Yeah.
this, sorry. I do have 2
Oh.
comments on K4.
That's
We'll wait
later.
till we get down to K4, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Just wanted to double check,
you.
because I don't want anyone barking at me on that.
Superintendent President's report.
Great, thank you so much. Good evening. It's in just 1 week. Our students will be enjoying spring break, which begins April 13th and lasts through April 17th. That means that we're about halfway through the semester, and it's been a great semester so far. It's been filled with great work and great accomplishments that keep coming. And I want to spend some time this evening shining a spotlight on some of the achievements of our amazing students. At a time when so much national and world news is bleak and negative, our students are bright lights reminding us that a better future is coming. Over the weekend, we saw a perfect example of just how incredible our PCC students are through the actions of 3 of our Wildland Fire Academy students: Lucas Loera, Joseph Jones, and Jeremy Soon. Last Saturday, the 3 spent hours with their classmates at the MRCA U.S. Forestry Station in Santa Monica in academy training. Afterward, as they were traveling on the 101 freeway, returning home from training, a motorist flagged down the trio. The motorist explained that an infant in their vehicle was choking. Our students flew into action. Lucas, Joseph, and Jeremy utilized the CPR training that they received in the Wildland Fire Academy to help the infant until the local fire department was able to arrive. These students haven't even graduated yet, but they are already saving lives and demonstrating the immense value of the skills that they have learned. We are so proud of them. I want to thank Lucas, Leora, Joseph Jones, and Jeremy Soon, and thank you to their instructors as well, including Frank Brambilla, who is the professor of fire technology, who shared this with me, as well as Joseph Garrera and Tracy Rickman, who teach CPR and basic life support at the Academy. Professor Brambilla, yep. Professor Brambilla noted how extremely rewarding it is to see the lessons that they teach applied successfully in the real world, particularly to help this infant in need. We're proud of students in our program and our instructors. And I want to mention to everyone that this Saturday, April 11th, the graduation ceremony for our second cohort of the Wildland Fire Academy which includes Lucas, Joseph, and Jeremy, will be held. There's so much to celebrate, and we want to congratulate all of the students and the faculty. This second cohort, by the way, is twice as large as the first cohort, and we're very proud of them. We also want to recognize our students who provided an incredible showing at the 26th Annual Building Bridges Research Conference held at UC Riverside. This conference was presented by the Honors Transfer Council of California. The annual conference provides community college honors students with the opportunity to present their academic work in a professional setting. This prestigious event showcases outstanding research from students that represent 58 community colleges across California. 20 PCC students delivered oral research presentations, and 7 presented academic posters. Others contributed as session moderators and conference volunteers, demonstrating both leadership and scholarly excellence. Our students earned 4 awards, and I want to just recognize these 4 students. We have actually 3 students. One of our students got 2 awards. Isaac Hernandez, who won first place for his poster, and his mentor is Dr. Derek Milne. Also want to recognize Fanny Nagy, Exemplary Achievement Award. Her mentor is Professor Aziz Mekitarian. She also received, Fanny, the Outstanding Abstract Award for Echo Chamber Nation, and her mentor was, again, Professor Aziz Mekitarian. And finally, Yen Se Chia also received an Exemplary Achievement Award, and her mentor is Dr. Shane Underwood. The honors PCC honors team includes Dr. Kennedy, Alejandra Viveros, Carol Lee, Harrison Haynes, and our Associate Dean, Dr. Tamika Alexander. Can we give them a big round of applause? We also learned recently that the Goldwater Scholarship and Excellence in Education Foundation awarded one of our students a 2026 scholarship. That outstanding PCC student is Mars Shi. She is majoring in biomedical engineering with a focus in biomaterials and women's health research. She has also participated in campus research initiatives, including the NanoStars program under the guidance of Dr. Jillian Boland. Her research explored nucleic acid nanostructures and their structural behavior. Wow. The Goldwater Foundation awards these scholarships to college sophomores and juniors who intend to pursue research careers in the natural sciences, mathematics, and engineering. Want to express our congratulations to Mars Shi, but also to the professors and mentors that have worked with Mars Shi, including Dr. Boland and biology professor Dr. Nick G. Schultz, and also a special thank you to chemistry professor Dr. Jared M. Ashcroft, who shared this great news with us. Finally, it's still spring, but we're already preparing for the summer. Once again, our Summer Construction Career Academy will bring high school students onto campus in the summer to learn a skilled trade. For 6 weeks, high school students will again learn welding, building inspection, machine shop, or construction readiness. We heard recently that we have received another grant from our sponsor, Harbor Freight Tools for Schools. This summer, our program is going to expand to bring in 110 high school students from 70 last summer to campus, We want to thank all of the areas across campus to help make this program a success, including our Vice President, Dr. Laura Ramirez, our CTE Dean, Armine Derdarian, our Dual Enrollment Dean, Raquel Torres Retana, our non-credit Dean, Francisco Suarez, Dr. Eloy Zarate, Carlos Castellon, Gladys Mendez, and also our friends at the PCC Foundation, including Dr. Amy Carnes. Finally, oh, yes, please. In a little while, you're going to hear from another example of how our students shine. We're going to hear a presentation from our College Corps program. I won't steal their thunder, but there's a lot of great work and exciting news from our program. Maybe I will steal a little bit of their thunder. We recently learned that California Volunteers and the Office of Governor Gavin Newsom has awarded PCC more than $500,000 to support our College Corps program, which gives our students an opportunity to serve in communities recovering from the Eaton fire and to help in our recovery and rebuild. Our College Corps fellows are doing great work. This is going to allow our program to expand from 20 College Corps fellows to 36. We're really excited about that, and I want to thank each and every one of our fellows. Some of them are here today, and we want to also thank Jacqueline Sakoto, Dr. Salvatrice Cumo, and Dr. Jason Robinson for the work in building this program. Finally, before I end, like our trustees, I want to acknowledge that April is Armenian Heritage Month, and I encourage everyone to reflect and take time to participate in an event honoring Armenian Heritage Month. I also want to thank everyone who will present this evening. We're going to hear an update on our incredible decarbonization and sustainability work, and we'll also hear a presentation from Women to Women. Thank you all for sharing and for your contributions. Thank you.
Thank you for that report. We'll now hear from the College Corps presentation, highlights and impact.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, President Gomez, and members of the PCC community. My name is Jackie Sakoto, and I proudly serve as director of the Freeman Career Center here at Pasadena City College, which is a place where we support students holistically, from choosing a major to preparing for the workforce and securing meaningful internships and work opportunities. This past year, I've had the privilege of coordinating PCC's College Corps program, which is an affiliate of the Californians for All initiative. And I'm excited to be joined today by some of our outstanding fellows who will share highlights and the impact of the program. In the 25-26 academic year, PCC became the only College Corps program in the state of California that was focused on wildfire recovery. This initiative, as most of you know, was in response to the Eaton fires, and really a response through the vision and leadership of Dr. Jose Gomez, Dr. Salvatrice Cumo, Jocelyn Stewart, and also Dr. Jason Robinson, among many other collaborators. This year, we welcomed 20 student fellows into our inaugural cohort, and with the support of the PCC Foundation, the fellows have received biweekly living allowances for their service hours. PCC's College Corps program is built on 3 core elements. First, it offers an intentional fellowship for the 20 students who complete up to 400 service learning hours over the course of 8 months. And secondly, our fellows also participate in a student leadership institute that meets on a monthly basis, and they engage in community building and professional development opportunities. And then the third component that makes us extra special is that our fellows have the opportunity to also earn transferable academic credit for their service learning. And to effectively implement and sustain this program, it really requires a strong internal collaborative team. And so I wanted to take this time to really thank the members who have made this a highly successful pilot year. Our Student Leadership Institute is co-facilitated by Dr. Jason Robinson and Sonia Gusumian. And we also have Antonio Del Real, who serves as the instructor for the Fellows Academic Credit course. In addition to internal partnerships, we rely heavily on our community partners. And this year we had the great honor of partnering with 14 different local organizations whose logos are displayed on this slide. And our organizations hosted anywhere from 1 to 3 fellows this past year. And some of the key metrics that we've been able to achieve in the first 6 of the 8-month fellowship period. So to begin, this program generated over 700 applications for 20 positions, which really demonstrates the need and the interest from our students to engage in civic leadership opportunities such as this one. And the second one, we were able to have a 100% retention rate for our first cohort of fellows, which is something I am incredibly proud of because that is unheard of across other College Core programs in the state. Additionally, more than half of our fellows had the opportunity to participate in the mid-year leadership conference at Cal State LA, which was held last March. And this space brings together over 600 fellows from Southern California. And I'm so proud of our fellows because they were able to not only participate in workshops, but also engage with employers who were participating in a job fair to hire them specifically. And as of today, we've completed 5 of our 6 Leadership Institute sessions. This Friday will be our 6th, and we are so proud of the progress that we've made in that space to help our students prepare for their careers after the fellowship. And this is the one I'm very excited to share. As of last week, our 20 fellows collectively have completed over 5,600 service hours at their sites. Wow. So I'm so proud of them for that. And now I'm going to transition to what I think is the best part of today's presentation, and that is hearing directly from our students. And to begin, I will be sharing on behalf of Catherine because she was not able to be here today due to schedule conflict. But Catherine is a fellow at the Altadena Library. And during her fellowship, Catherine has contributed to a direct relief grant project that was awarded to the Altadena Library as an organization that was impacted by the Eaton fires. And in her role, she's able to leverage a $20,000 budget to provide programming to the local community in Altadena, and she's been able to coordinate community giveaways and also order new collection materials that serve the Altadena community. Catherine also shares that her experience in the fellowship has had a lasting impact. She has benefited from valuable hands-on experience that helped her secure employment once the fellowship ends in May. And she is also inspired, it has also inspired her decision to pursue a master's in library and information science beginning this fall 2026. And now I'm going to pass it over to Isaac.
Hello all, my name is Isaac Bañuelos, and the fellowship I'm a part of is San Gabriel Valley Habitat for Humanity. They're a nonprofit organization that tackles the issue of affordable housing, but after the Eden fire, they stepped up and now lead a very large rebuilding effort in Altadena. I work directly with the marketing department. I'm the one guy that they send with cameras and microphones to record the building process, from the pouring of the concrete to when we deliver the keys to the families. And I get to talk and interview many of the families, a lot of the volunteers that come from across California and the entire country. And I'll just share very briefly a story that in one of these sites, I was interviewing a woman, and in the middle of her answer, she stopped to tell me that she had actually grown up in that street that we were standing on, surrounded by all these empty lots where houses used to be. And eventually, she started to cry. So I just continued recording. We got through the interview, and at the end, I asked her if she was comfortable with us sharing that footage. She said yes, so I edited the video. It was posted online. 2 weeks later, in another build site, two volunteers came over because they saw me with my cameras and stuff. And they told me that they had seen that video and that they were there because of it. And this drive to help people in need is something I've seen multiple times now in this fellowship, and is one of the reasons why I'm grateful it exists. I used to work for a couple years ago as a video editor in front of a screen, working from home. And one of the reasons I applied was to get back out there and interact with people and work face-to-face with a team to create stories. And now that it's coming to an end, I think I got out much more than I expected. I kind of got a glimpse of how a community looks like when they gather together and work for a common purpose. So yeah, I will be looking for future opportunities like this to capture people's stories and present them in an interesting, entertaining way, and hopefully they will spark questions like those two volunteers when they saw this woman cry and they asked themselves, how can I help? So I thank Jackie for this program, for choosing me, and thank you all for listening.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alani Martinez. My major is Law, Public Policy, and Society. My fellowship is hosted at the Flambridge Center, which we heard earlier. It is a nonprofit organization focused on reintegration and breaking the cycle. It also has a youth division that helps develop and also divert them from not going into juvenile facilities. Currently, my role is under development and communications, so I mainly focus on managing the donations that we have. Because it is a nonprofit, we run by donations. Also creating media posts for services and events we have, helping organize different events that we also have, and also interviewing and creating newsletters. One of the inspiring parts of my fellowship in the very beginning was regarding the Eden Fire. The Flambridge Center has raised over $600,000 in direct cash funds for survival victims, and also over $10,000 in grocery gift cards for victims as well. And me being in charge of managing the donations, I had to input all the donations into our software systems. And while doing this, I saw the thousands of dollars that people contributed, from $5,000 for certain people, and then also whatever they could give being $10 itself. But seeing everything come together collectively, seeing individuals in their communities come together, even people outside of the Pasadena, Eaton communities from across the state, from 3 cities away, people were coming together to help support individuals who were in need, who were in crisis. And this fellowship has opened my eyes to people having still the humanity of wanting to give to each other, but also because the center is focused on reintegration services, I have had the ability to speak and interview with students who are a part of our APP program, which is an apprenticeship preparation program, which prepares students, or mainly previously incarcerated individuals, into preparing them for union trades such as construction, painting, and or metal work. And through this, I was able to learn about their stories, their struggles in life, how they went down different paths that they didn't quite like and or have been incarcerated, but then how they wanted to change and be better and fix their lives. One of the main things that they wanted to change for was for the family members, the parents, the people at the center itself, for helping them change and try to find a career. But one of the main things as well was that they wanted a family for themselves. They wanted stability, support, and the ability to provide for their children and spouses, support that they did not receive previously. So during my time at the center, it has opened my eyes greatly to reintegration services, because mainly I want to go into criminal law. Previously, I was thinking prosecutor. But as a whole, this opportunity allowed me to see the entire aspect of what the legal system is, and the incarceration aspects as well, of how it can attack a community, but also how a community could build together and fight for one another and try to achieve and change their lives for the better. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone.
My name is Alizy Sosa, and I am currently a fellow in PCC's Inaugural College Corps program. And I wanted to start off by thanking everyone who came up to public comment for bringing up important issues pertaining to our campus community. And I also wanted to thank the board for inviting us to briefly share about our experience. So I currently serve the site Friends Indeed, which is a community organization that has been serving Pasadena for the past 100 years. It's a very old organization. And currently their main operation is to provide supportive services for people experiencing homelessness. And right after the Eden fires, FID immediately mobilized, partnering with a funding platform to provide emergency assistance for affected families. And I have had the privilege to manage this program where I conduct case management for fire-impacted families and apply for funding on their behalf. Working in this program has revealed to me just how much the Eden fires have absolutely devastated our communities. The waves of impact this disaster has created are immeasurable, and now, almost a year and a half later, communities are still struggling to rebuild. At Friends Indeed, I work to secure the funding that will help families reach stability and recovery. And doing this, I have sat down with so many families, some whose houses burned to the ground, some who lost all of their belongings and had to start completely over, some who were displaced for months, and some who ended up on the streets. I sit with them and I listen to their grief, and I try to identify a form of relief that can help them get back on their feet. But with so many cases to handle and so much need, it's sometimes difficult to see how the funding that we apply for and receive actually makes a difference. But there are moments that remind us that all of the intakes and all of the phone calls and all of the applications do have an end result. And I want to share one of these moments. I was dropping off a rental assistance grant to a client. She was a single mother of two, an immigrant who had spent almost a decade cleaning houses in Altadena. So after the fires, she lost the majority of her clients and her income decreased by more than half. And for months, she was struggling to make ends meet. When immigration enforcement raids started occurring all over LA County, she began fearing for her safety and that of her kids. She lived in fear, not only unsure if she was going to be able to buy groceries for her kids that week, but also whether she would be able to make it home without being picked up by federal agents. And through it all, because of necessity, she woke up every morning to go to work, displaying a resilience that's truly admirable in the face of terrible circumstances. And her story was deeply familiar to me because it's the story of many members in my community. So it really hit me emotionally, and I tried my absolute best to advocate for her. So when we were able to secure some rental assistance for her and I handed her the check, I remember her just breaking down into tears, because for her, this wasn't just a check. It wasn't just a sum of money. It was a burden removed from her for a couple months. It was a time for her to be able to breathe easily. And it was the ability for her to afford Christmas presents for her kids. And as she held the check, she reached into her purse and she handed me a small figurine of the Virgen de Guadalupe, which is Spanish for the Virgin Mary, and it's a popular figure in Catholic faith. And it was one of those little clay figurines that you typically see in Catholic households, my having grown up in one as well. And it's typically meant to protect the home and grant blessings to the people inside. So this woman who I had barely known for like a month was including me in her faith and in her prayers, and it was an incredible honor for her to do so. And that small figurine was a reminder to me that my work had a real, tangible impact on someone's life, and that my service wasn't just helping people recover their income or their property, but also their dignity and joy. And moments like this, and so many others, have pushed me to do my absolute best throughout this fellowship, not only to build skills and grow professionally, but to engage in my humanity and be there when my community needs me. That's the most important lesson I've learned from this fellowship. And I just want to end off by thanking Jackie, Sonia, Jason, and Antonio, and everyone else at the Freeman Center who made this program possible. And yeah, thank you.
Hey everybody, my name is Deshaun Allen. First, I want to take a moment to honor the Board of Trustees, Dr. Gomez and his team, the Freeman Center, Ms. Jackie and her team, Pasadena PCC Foundation, and the Governor's Office. Each of you have played a part in helping make College Corps possible for PCC. Your vision, leadership, and investment in students and in the community truly matters. I'm grateful to stand here as someone who has directly benefited from that. I also want to recognize Pasadena Community College for creating opportunities where students are not only supported academically, but also given a chance to grow in leadership, service, and confidence. Because of this partnership, students like me are able to step into spaces that shape how we see ourselves and what we believe in possible for our future. Through College Corps, I had the opportunity to serve at my fellow site, which is the Tournament Roses. One of the things that stood out to me is that their heart behind their work. The Tournament Roses brings together celebration of hope, joy, every new year with unlimited possibilities, inspirational imagination, and lasting moments. Being able to serve with an organization that carries that kind of mission shows me how meaningful service can be when it's rooted in care, excellence, and community. One of the most meaningful parts of my experience was doing the Eden Fire response. The Rose Fellow, me, and Fiona, we had to distribute over 11,000 tickets to Float Fest for the Eden and Palestine fire survivors. Through that effort, the Turner Roses was able to provide a moment of joy for survivors, showing that they maintain committed to honoring resilience through compassion, care, and community. To be part of something that mean a lot to me because it showed me that it looks like what service is, not just talking about it, but truly living it out. This experience has helped me grow in my leadership, networking, confidence, and the way that I show up in different spaces. My teachers have noticed the growth. My teacher have noticed the growth in me. As an African-American student, I can honestly say that I have not always had opportunities like this, so I do not take it lightly. The PCC community, College Corps, the Freeman Center, PCC Foundation, and the Turner Roses have helped me see myself in spaces I have never imagined before. And that has been my deepest meaning. I'm grateful for this new program that brings together education, service, leadership, and community impact. My hope that it continues to grow, continues to improve, and continues to open doors for more students because opportunities like this is more than building a resume, but building confidence, belonging, and future leaders. Thank you all for listening.
And that brings us to our last student testimonial, which is Roxana Toledo Olivares. Roxana is a fellow at San Gabriel Valley Habitat for Humanity, where she is a construction fellow. And Roxana shared that one of the projects she is most proud of is supporting with the rebuild of the Woods family home, which was lost in the Eaton fire and is now in its final stages of completion. Over the course of the past 6 months, Roxana has helped organize volunteers and has contributed herself with the hands-on work that is required to rebuild this home. She has seen everything from the early framing stages to the final furnished home that you see on the picture on the right. And Roxana is also studying construction and architecture here at PCC, so this is right up her alley. And so that concludes our presentation, and I want to take this moment to thank every single member of the PCC community who has made this program a possibility for our students and also for everyone in the local community. Thank you.
I'll just say really quickly, thank you,
Thank
Jackie.
you.
And thank you to all our students who came to speak. This is I remember joining y'all for the orientation of the program last summer, and the excitement in the room was very palpable, and it's really shown, I think, through the program, because I've heard from some of the placements that we've partnered with about how great this collaboration has been. I was actually literally talking to Senator Perez 2 days ago, because we have a fellow Dulce who's in her office, talking about the impact of having this program exist. So I think it's great news. Thank you for sharing that. It's growing next year as well, because I think this is one of those moments that fits not only within the ethos of the work that the state wants to do. I know our state chief service officer has visited us and supported this program, but also the ethos of who we are as an institution. And thank you for leading that, Jackie.
Yeah, thank you. My pleasure.
I have something I just wanted to, thank you for your presentation. I wanted to make sure I go before the students left. Don't leave. Thank you, students, for your presentation. I just find it always astounding when the students have such fantastic public speaking skills, and I think that's so important for them to hear. So I have a couple of things. I heard the program's going to grow, correct? And it's going to be institutionalized, so it's going to be a regular occurrence, yes?
We just received a 3-year grant we've been paying, the foundation has been supporting the 20 students that are currently in the program. The governor is investing 36. So we're going to go from 20 to 36, and it'll be paid for by the grant from California Volunteers.
So then my question to you is then, in regards to the diversity of the participants in the program, are you pretty happy with that? I know you had students up here and.
Yeah,
wanna
thank you
sort
so
of-
much for that question. And I don't have the quick facts off the top of my head, but I will say that out of the 700 applicants that we received, I think it was about 70% of the students identified as first-generation college students.
okay.
More than 50% of our more than 65% of our students identified as a student of color. And also, more than 55% of our students were also coming from low-income backgrounds. And so I think, and then we also collected other identifiers to try to support with our planning around wraparound support services.
Right.
But I think one of the really phenomenal things that we were able to accomplish this year because of the foundation support is being flexible with who can and cannot participate. For this fellowship, any student from any background was eligible to apply, and that included our undocumented students, that included our international students, and that also included our student parents. I mean, it was just, the list goes on and on. So we were able to promote open access
Right.
and eligibility.
Right. Yeah, I just think that's important when it comes to diversity. You're looking at gender, in-district students, right? Things like that. So that covers that. And just real quickly back to your first slide with Professor Antonio. Could I just go back that's first slide? That one. So the course that he teaches is this WEX. Is that a course that he's teaching?
Yes.
Is that an
so
internship course? Can you just?
It is similar, yes. So Antonio Del Real is currently one of our full-time tenured career counselors at the
Right.
Freeman Career Center, and part of our strategic plan to support retention and completion of all 20 fellows was to intentionally integrate counseling support in the experience of students. And through the support of Dr. Ramirez's office and also Dr. Kumo, we were able to get Antonio as a counseling faculty approved to teach this course, so that students not only have him as a counselor to caseload the students, but also as someone who can support them in navigating any potential challenges that they may be facing at their service learning sites.
So it's an actual course. I just wanted to
Yeah,
know
it
little
is a
bit
course.
more about what
It's a
happens in
course.
that course, because I do teach an internship class also. And I
Oh,
think,
okay.
actually, I co-teach it, and it's really great experience to be with the students for 9 weeks.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And you answered my question. It stands for work experience, WEXP. Gracias. Thank you. Got it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sokoto, and thank you so much for everyone who made this program possible. I think this is the type of program that really attracts people to PCC and shows the value add that we have as an institution. The one question I had was, I know we're expanding the program. Are we also expanding the organizations that we're working with, or is it the same set, plus, I guess, a couple more?
Yeah, that's a really great question. We actually had a planning meeting today, the group, to talk about what the next cycle is going to look like. I do know that out of the 14 community organizations, they would all like to host a fellow again if they could. Obviously, today we're sharing the really great news that we received the grant, so we haven't approached them just yet to begin offering those so that we can renew those contracts. But this year, all 14 organizations asked for more than the fellows that they hosted. So I feel really confident that amongst the 14, we would be able to fill all 35 slots that we have for the new year. But it's all just depending on, I think, how we want to move forward. We're in time right now to explore new partnerships and to strategize how we can increase our community partners for next year.
That's amazing to hear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're also close to announcing another grant that we're getting from the governor's office for a youth corps program, which is slightly different, that actually incorporates high school students, but also adults, young adults, ages 16 to 30. We're going to have 70 of those students in the youth corps program. 35 of them will be doing construction readiness work,
and 35 will be doing wildland fire work, and also we will be incorporating a lot of the same sort of leadership experience and training as well. But we have a partner in the city of Pasadena, so we want to announce that with them, but I can't
Cat's out of the
keep it
bag.
away from you guys right now.
Dr. Gomez, you gotta announce in the next 2 months because I still qualify for 2 more months.
Yeah, so, sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We have a presentation, Women to Women.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Maria. Good evening, Board of Trustees and folks. Hey, hey, hey. My name is Christina Sanchez. I'm one of the adjunct counselors and co-lead of Woman to Woman.
Hello, everyone. My name is Beck Martinez, and I'm also an adjunct career counselor and co-lead of Woman to Woman.
And we have here with us some of our Woman to Woman scholars here for support, and we're very grateful to be here with you today and share our amazing program. Woman to Woman was created in fall 2023 in response to a need we were seeing and feeling, a need for our women of color and gender expansive students to have a space where they don't just survive, but truly belong and feel safe. Since then, it has grown into a community rooted in support, healing, leadership, and academic success. Today, we're here to not just share what we built, but share what's possible when our students are fully supported by honoring where they come from and helping them build a future at PCC and beyond. There we go. Our motto is holistic. We are tending to the whole student because we got a lot of parts. Through sacred circles and pláticas, we create a space for storytelling, identity, and resistance, where students can speak openly and be deeply witnessed. At the same time, we anchor that care and action through one-on-one academic and career counseling with my amiga right here, including resume building and professional development. And this work is collective. We do not do this work alone. We partner with the Pride Center, the Dream Center, IEDJ, and the Freeman Center, love y'all, to ensure our students are supported from every angle.
And we also love our themes, so every season changes, and so does our curriculum. It honors the season that each of our scholars are going through, whether that's systemically, institutionally, both in their homes, outside their homes. So this past fall semester, our theme was an equinox journey to your sacred ember. How do you tend to your flame? How do you make sure to ignite that flame, to keep going, and as well as lean onto your collective community to tend that flame and keep it going as well. And this season, this past fall, we were partnering up with our outside community members like Friends Indeed. The passion and flame that our students bring to these spaces has helped us create a branch of our club. So we have a club as well now called Women to Women Scholars, who lead it, and thanks through the partnership of the Freeman Center and our job developer, Gerardo, we were able to cycle our second interns this year, academic year. So through their support, we're able to create these programming and events. And this theme, we're continuing to bloom, y'all, and we're doing it unapologetically. And I just want to share that through the work of our students, we're able to get recognized, and our impact has reached beyond the campus, earning a certificate of recognition from the California State Senator Caroline Menjivar for our leadership and commitment to uplifting women and fostering meaningful bonds within our community. So our impact is reaching far and wide. Woo.
And our scholars, they embody the diversity of PCC. 46.9% identify as Latina and 28.1% as AAPI. There are also students navigating the layered realities. 64.7% are first generation, 62% come from low-income communities, and 47% identify as LGBTQIA+. We are in community with parenting students, our baddies, neurodivergent scholars, another one, and those who have been formerly incarcerated, and we are deeply honored to be in that circle with everyone.
The success of this model is undeniable. In just 1 year, we saw a 128% increase in student engagement. Every Tuesdays evenings, we host our circle, and we're engaging with between 20 to 25 students on average, and we're creating individual weekly career counseling appointments with these students. Most importantly, we've achieved a 55% transfer success rate. Today, over 82% of our cohort is actively pursuing a degree with the goal of transferring, and 100% of our participants report a strong sense of connection to the PCC campus after joining Women to Women, as well as a strong community with women of color staff, faculty, and students alike. We also want to recognize that a lot of our students come through leadership excellence. So a lot of our participants are holding now like executive board positions at ASPCC. Our leaders both on and off campus are continuing to advocate not just for themselves, but for their community as well, and are getting recognized regionally. This past month, we went to the 2nd annual Women of Color Action Network, and the committee members are using our PCC model of woman to woman to pilot and charter WOCAN around campus communities, and they want us to be one of the forefronted chartered colleges as well. But you can hear this from us, but the better way to hear it is from our fellow student, and we want to give space to one of our leaders who really showed excellence and who've been with us since the very beginning, Jamie Chutan.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Jamie Chutan. I am a parenting student. I'm also a computer information systems major for cybersecurity. I just want to share that Women to Women has been a very powerful program for me. It has really filled my confidence. As a parenting student, it is really hard to juggle all these different roles. Yeah, trying not to be emotional because
You can go ahead and be emotional. It's okay.
Yeah, they really poured into my self-confidence. Yes. They really poured into my self-confidence. These Tuesday circles are not just conversations, they're empowerment, and they really made me feel comfortable in leadership roles. I've been able to pour over not only in Women to Women, but also in other parts of my life, either in clubs, in my work study, in ITS. I've been able to be part of different presentations of different conferences. As you can see there, I have an image of myself. I was at the Chief of Information Systems annual summit, which is just a bunch of IT professionals, and I was a student there, and it was so impressive, and I was just in shock of everything that I have been able to accomplish in 2 years, of being a parenting student. But I really owe this all to Women, because these counselors, Becca and Tina, have not only created these circles, but they also helped me with my career counseling, with my academic counseling, with my resume, how to carry myself, how to talk about myself. And I really hope that this type of program can continue on for many more years and can really provide this type of service for other students that come in. Because sometimes being a woman of color is a little intimidating when you come into these spaces when it's of higher education. Sometimes us as first generation women of color, we don't have that background of feeling comfortable in these spaces. So being able to find a circle of women with familiar thoughts and be able to share these emotions and then provide you back feedback and provide you self-confidence is amazing. And I just want to demonstrate that my testimony be that this program is so effective that we've been recognized statewide, we've been recognized regionally, and it's just amazing. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Our vision is to ensure that this is not just a moment, but a permanent legacy. To sustain this momentum, our primary ask is the establishment of a dedicated women's hub. This reflects the California standards set by institutions like CSUN and the City College of San Francisco, proving that these centers are vital for institutional equity and closing those equity gaps. We aim to repurpose existing and vacant spaces in a way that is mindful of budget while meeting the urgent needs of our students. We just want to express our deepest gratitude to the Board of Trustees and President Gomez. It is truly an honor to represent a movement that is a collective achievement of Pasadena City College. A deep gratitude towards Freeman Center and IEDJ who have supported us along the ways. And however, we must be candid. This work is being carried entirely by 2 part-time counselors and our student interns, our woman-to-woman club board members, who hold so much passion. The students are passionate about this cause. We're passionate about this cause, but we're only scratching the surface. We must recognize a critical reality of PCC. Women are our largest student population, yet they remain among our most historically marginalized. We are serving the majority, yet we are doing so from the margins of institutional support. By establishing a Women's Center Hub, we align our resources with our reality. We move from survival mode to sustainability mode. Stability is a foundation of retention.
A dedicated home ensures that we can meet the wellness and academic needs of our students. We carry stories in our bones, y'all, and each student's journey reminds us that to heal is to resist, and to resist is to remember who we are. Thank you for your partnership in providing a home to protect those stories, and most importantly, to protect the future of our scholars. Thank you.
Let me just congratulate you all for this wonderful work, this impactful work. I know that you have received a lot of accolades to recognize and acknowledge. At the same time, I think that none of those accolades really compare to the impact that you have on the individual women that has come through this program. So again, congratulations to you. And as a first generation student, right, I know that the circle is so important because our parents did not know how to navigate this world, right, that we're in with our careers, with our education. And it takes a village to be successful, and it takes other women to prop each other up for women to be successful. So to each of you, you are the beneficiary of someone who came before you, who saw and believed in you. I'm here because somebody believed in me and mentored me. And so I hope that you can continue to do this program, and I am going to make a contribution tonight of $1,000 to your program. And I want to ask my colleagues on this board, or those who are in the audience, I'm going to do this pitch for you, to match my $1,000 and to support your program. Okay.
Student trustee.
Yes. So I am a proud member of Woman to Woman. I'm actually an intern with them, and I want to share my personal experience. When I first got to PCC, the mere notion of having no community scared me beyond reason, and as we're all aware, that's a big stereotype about community colleges. But then I heard about Woman to Woman via an email and decided to go to their meeting just because I was free that afternoon. I never thought that I would become part of this group that has absolutely changed my life. The perspectives that I have been exposed to from all the students in Woman to Woman have managed to make me a more empathetic and well-rounded individual. The support that this group, each and every one of them, have shown me in all of my pursuits have been immeasurably impactful, better preparing me to overcome any challenges I face as a PCC student and as a young woman in my career and personal paths. This is why I would like to strongly urge the board to begin considering a women's center on the PCC campus for future students to find the community that they need, just like I did, to maximize their success at this college. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I can go next really quick. Thank you so much for your very heartfelt. I felt it in my corazón. It was just beautiful what you had to share. Yeah, we're way overdue, for example, like President of the United States, female governor, and all those good things. So I can't wait till that happens, and not just for the sake of it happening, but I've worked with some wonderful female leaders, and it's just time. So thank you for your presentation. I wanted you to go back to the slide because something piqued the inner Chola in me. There was a conference called the Chola. Can you go back to that? Can you
Yes.
give me a little more information on that?
Yes, so La Chola Conference was sparked from these scholars based in Portland who started the movement of you can't spell scholar without Chola. And they kind of started off like us with grassroots and putting together a conference to just destigmatize the word Chola and really ignite, you know, and how as women of color, how we step and how we take up space, especially in these academic spaces. And this conference was hosted in Albuquerque, New Mexico, where we were honored to be there for the first time and share the work of Woman to Woman, and also be in an amazing room full of indigenous and women of color doctorate students, doctorate professors, and it was a really just beautiful moment. And that conference, it was just myself and Becca, but it was our first conference to really share about Woman to Woman, and that ignited us to, like, you know what, we got to bring our students back. And we were grateful to have that first circle moment with WOCAN to be able to really share the impactful stories and present there. But I really recommend La Chola Conference will be in Tucson, Arizona in October. It was a really, really powerful experience.
And you presented both at the Chola and the Colegas.
Yes, we did. And La Chola is also led by the Homegirls Association as well. And this past semester, we were also at the Colegas Conference to share the work that we've done here at Pasadena City College to our fellow professionals in community college and higher education settings.
And I just want to say one other thing, that as adjunct faculty, I really appreciate your work. I know how it is, you know, to be adjunct and then to be doing a program like this. It takes a lot of, you know, work. I know it comes from the heart, but I just want to acknowledge that. And so I do want to say I support fully the institutionalization of this program, the growth of this program. I know there's always a lot of ask when it comes to budget, but please make sure you stay on top of us and our president here, and we'll see how that goes. I won't put him on the spot yet, but thank you so much. Gracias.
I want to commend you on the creation of this group. I'm far from being, many years from being a college student, and yet when I started my college in Los Angeles, first semester could not imagine not living at home, so I drove a little Volkswagen Beetle from Covina into Los Angeles to the big city. And first semester was lonely until I found a group of women who just were the wind beneath my sails. And to this day, all these decades later, there are 5 of us that we still celebrate each other's birthdays, and we are together, and the power of the friendship of women is incalculable. So what you're providing is a foundation that you see today, but for some of you could last a lifetime.
Thank you all for your presentation, and just reflecting on some of the things that they were discussing. It makes me think about, as we are looking to our facilities down the line, in the future, we have plans certainly for a new student services building. This is just thinking down this line, not about right now, which I know there are needs right now, but you know, I think we've heard of needs for resource centers, and wanted to make sure that as we think about what the next student services building may be, to make sure we incorporate those conversations into that planning. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. I'm curious, I know you had asked about the hub. Where have y'all been meeting so far with your work?
We're currently travelers. We book rooms where we can. Freeman Center and IUDJ has always been open to like letting us host space there. But some of the conversations that we do host are very intimate, very personal as well. So sometimes we do struggle in finding that more closed space where students can come in and engage in conversation with us or meet with us individually to support their academic and career goals. But we're travelers right now, you know, as grassroots programs are, but yeah.
Well, thank you for the work you do, and I'll go in with Trustee Chen Lao in supporting as well.
There you go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Great presentation. I believe there is public comment.
Yes, so I have a couple public comments.
Actually, President
yes.
Gibson, do you think we can have like a 5-minute recess just for like a bio break? So can I make a motion for that?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Thank you.
No, I just want to. I was wondering.
Mine's a big now.
On our next item, for our next item, we have public comment.
Yes, we have 2 public comments. I'll first call up Teresa Wong. Is that correct?
This is my emotional support cup. Hi, again. Is this okay? My name is Teresa. I'm a student at Pasadena City College, and I'm also part of the Environmental Sustainability Club. Today I'm going to be a little honest today instead of pretentious like I was before. I have poured my blood, sweat, and tears, literally, dedicating myself to forwarding environmental friendly policies at Pasadena City College and beyond, including, as you may later hear, the creation of a decarbonization advisory panel who would, in theory, serve the future Director of Sustainability and Energy after Richard, hi, retires. I don't know where he is, but he's here. Hi. I just really wanted to emphasize legacy. I may be transferring this semester. Many of my peers may also be transferring this semester, and some of you may not even be on the board after, a few semesters or years or so. But legacy is why we continue to do the work. And consistency is also why we continue to do this kind of work, right? It's not about just, I think we should have room to celebrate our accomplishments and the things that we do pass. I am personally very much looking forward to what Steve Gibson has in store, and I can tell that he and Alton and Ryan, among others, are very passionate about sustainability here in Pasadena, not only for us, but also for our future generations and children as well. I guess what I really just wanted to emphasize is, again, legacy and consistency. And also, publicity, because I feel that a lot of students on campus don't know about all of these really amazing things that we are doing in terms of decarbonization. And so I know there was talk about potentially maybe having like an event on campus to, maybe like a town hall sort of meeting to promote this kind of work that we continue to do. And I hope that you guys will consider the Decarbonization Advisory Panel proposal that we have brought up before. And yeah, legacy. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Sam Burnt. Is that correct?
Hello, my name is Sam Burnt, and on December 13th, 2023, this board took the bold step and set a goal to stop burning fossil fuels and decarbonize its campus and fleet by December 2030. I'm personally really excited to see how much progress y'all have made, and super happy that this is on the agenda for us to see it. As a resident of this planet who just experienced the hottest month of March in recorded history, I truly thank you for your perseverance and resolve. Through my community organizing work with Pasadena 100, I had the opportunity to join a stakeholder technical advisory panel for Pasadena Water and Power's integrated resource plan, and a technical advisory panel for the optimized strategic plan for 100% carbon-free electricity by 2030. There I was taught the fundamentals of power sourcing and delivery, and given the opportunity to provide input into their decision-making. I'm a data scientist studying biodiversity change, and I have no prior knowledge about the power system. However, because this community engagement opportunity existed, I now have a deep understanding of these systems and have been empowered to help navigate both the city's goals and larger state policy. At this moment, despite this ambitious goal in progress, PCC does not yet have a method of deep community engagement for decarbonization. Decarbonization Advisory Panel would provide educational opportunities, career advancement opportunities, and leadership development opportunities for your students, staff, and community. This is all in addition to providing transparency and community input into your decarbonization plan that is proven to be effective for furthering decarbonization goals. I can say that with absolute certainty that these experiences that I had on these type of panels have fundamentally and positively improved my life, and so I ask that you consider creating these same opportunities for those you represent by creating a decarbonization advisory panel. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any more public comment?
Concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. We will have a report on sustainability and decarbonization.
Community members.
Closer to the mic.
Yeah, didn't seem like that went that well, did it? So we'll try again. Good evening, trustees, colleagues, and community members. I first want to start off by acknowledging the inspirational presentations that preceded us. It was very, it's making it a hard act for us to follow. We've got a lot of numbers and maybe not such, it's important work, but maybe it's not as inspirational, as exciting, but we're going to give it a try. So I have the pleasure tonight to co-present with Accenture's Vice President of Clean Mobility, Stephen Clark.
Good evening.
And we are going to go through and give you an update of where we are in support of Resolution 7999. And with that, we'll get started. So why are we here? It was PCC's and this board's commitment to decarbonize the facilities, a goal to decarbonize the facilities by December of 2030, to fully decarbonize and electrify our fleet by 2030, and expansion of our electrical vehicle charging systems to meet the zero emission vehicle mandate by the state of California by 2035. So how do we get there? We're looking at currently a multi-phased approach. We're looking at our first phase, which is the easiest to accomplish. And this is bringing on photovoltaic to generate electricity, battery storage to store it and fund to sell back to the grid or use it during high peak periods on campus, and also to provide additional electrical vehicle charging systems. These are being used, these projects are being supported with utility incentives. So there's a little bit, it's not completely 100% out of pocket, but we're going to be able to leverage some of those incentives with our partners at PWP. Future phases will be a campus-wide scan of gas-fired appliances and a conversion to study to conversion to electrification strategy to complete that. And then our energy and sustainability master plan, and that will wrap up our efforts. So how do we get there? And I'm going to turn it over to the engineer, and he'll help to explain where we are with PV and battery storage.
All right. Good evening, everyone. I'll go through the numbers slide here. What you're looking at is kind of a comparison between what we originally, or what PCC had originally envisioned in the facilities master plan. And then after Resolution 799, we're effectively doubling the amount of projected solar on campus, looking at about installing 4 megawatts of solar to generate clean, renewable energy and lower Pasadena, the college's utility bill by about $2 million a year when we're all said and done, offsetting about half of the electricity purchased from Pasadena Water and Power. We're adding battery storage to keep this clean energy on campus, furthering our bill savings and preparing for future rate changes, which seem to come at us daily, monthly, weekly. We're also working with PWP as a partner. You mentioned about their strategic master plan. We're starting to see into their future and some of the challenges that they have with keeping their grid alive and modern. So our projects are working with them to further the community's clean energy and storage goals, leveraging about $1 million in incentives from them to lower your upfront project costs. And then all in, this solar and battery storage scope is estimated at about $33 million with roughly a 17-year payback. Seems like a long time, but when we look at the estimated life of these projects of 25 years or longer, it's an investment in the future. We will have we will have time at the end of that period where we're recouping all of the savings of that. We've paid the project back and we're recouping more. And we're building, I believe the term was legacy for future. Every 25 or so years when we replace solar panels, we've already invested in the infrastructure that is there, and we can do it again and again, cheaper, better as we update the technology. Some more numbers. What we presented there was kind of a three-phase solar and battery storage plan, but as we look to this, our first phase is going to include Lot 5 and Lot 7. These are the projects that are ready to go, or most ready to go today. Parking structure 5 was built as a solar-ready parking structure. Lot 7 is the staff lot with no major changes expected for it. This is about 1.2 megawatts of solar, 1.5 megawatts of batteries, saving about $500,000 on your bill through on-site generation, storage, and strategically using energy when it is less expensive. This savings is a conservative estimate, and it only goes up again as the electricity rates go up and PWP rates change. Lastly, one of the things that we did in combination with Richard's team was we had been hearing a lot about EV charging. There was a need for it, but how much of a need? We issued a survey, which some of you may have seen, and within 2 weeks we had over 1,500 responses confirming what we were hearing. We need more EV charging. And so through our three-phase approach where we're tackling solar, battery storage, and EV charging in the same spaces at the same time, we're looking to install an additional 113 chargers across the campus and replace the existing 12 chargers to form a comprehensive network of 125 chargers. This is across all campuses. This is, again, in a phased installation. Cost about $8 million, but we are envisioning a comprehensive O&M and service package to ensure that these chargers continue to work for students, faculty, and staff in the near future, in near and midterm future. All right. Richard, you want to take the picture slides?
Yeah. So part of the bid package that we put together, this will go out to a design build contractor. And so what we've done for each of the phase one, which is when we looked at phase one, we took a great amount of time to think about it, and we wanted to make sure that we were providing equity among our community. So phase one project not only touches a student space, it touches a faculty space, and it touches the community education center. So that would be phase one. The Community Education Center, because of its orientation, is not a good candidate for solar PV, so there was no PV that was thought about to be put on that site, but we are bringing chargers to the Community Education Center. So when we go out to the design build, we just added some of the pictures that would be part of the bid package. And as you can see here, this is lot number 7, the faculty lot. The magenta color is the existing chargers that would be replaced. And then for code compliance, we add a ADA compliant, that's the teal. We're adding another staff. We're adding a service for the college, which is the kind of the buff colored or orange colored. And then also, as Stephen had said, we're investing in infrastructure for the future, and that's the hashed light green. And what we do is we put in the infrastructure in the ground, so all that we have to do is put in chargers as we do additional modernizations on campus and are required to increase the capacity by code. So we're thinking towards the future on that. This would be at CEC. We're at the Lot A, which faces Foothill. It would get an ADA spot in addition to a dual head charger for any visitors that are coming in and out. And again, what we've done is some of the icons there is we have put fast chargers at every site also. So you have the opportunity that if you're only on campus for a short amount of time, you can use a DC fast charger, or if you have a longer stay on the campus, at any of the campuses, you can utilize one of the regular level 2 chargers. This is an ambitious part of our project is now that we have opened the Serafian building and nursing has moved here on the Colorado campus, we are going to decommission the bungalows that are in Lot B. And when we decommission the bungalows in Lot B, we are picking up chargers in that area. This is a concentrated area of chargers, but this would be open to faculty and students because we're unable to put any kind of chargers under the easement for Edison. We lease it, we don't own it, we can't put anything under there. So we've picked this Lot B, is about our only location where we can put in an extensive amount of chargers. And as you can see, looking towards the future with the green, light green mint hashed color, we're putting a significant amount of proposed chargers, an additional 35 sometime in the future. And then finally is Lot 5. As Stephen said, this project, Lot 5 was solar ready, and we're going to be able to network it with additional chargers. There would be chargers on the roof in addition to the current chargers that are on each of the floors of Lot 5. Those would be replaced also. And so these are just some general bid documents to give you an idea what would go out to our design builder. It gives them the layout, the types of chargers, and the locations.
Richard, sorry, is this all those designs here? Is this one bid, one package here, or they're all
Yeah,
separate?
I just have included. I didn't want to go through
Sure,
all
sure.
phases. This would be phase 1.
And so this would be one bid.
Well, what we are looking to do is to leverage our college buys contracts, and we're looking to procure for the entire program.
Okay.
This would just be phase 1 of a program. And as we get, I think the next slide I have talks about timelines that coincides with our 2030 goal.
Perfect.
So as you can see, phase 1, 2, and 3, all of these phases, where possible, incorporate not only the EV charging, but also the solar and battery. So that we get our best value for the contract. And so right now what we're at is we're finishing up the design drawings for phase 1, and we will continue to finish up the phase 2 and 3, and then we will go through May through August would be a procurement process, and that would go through college buys or government contracts, so it would be a best value contract, and it would be design build. And then we would be off and starting construction. Once we get through DSA review, most of these projects do have pre-check for DSA. We're not the first ones to put up PV arrays on campuses, so that gets a little bit faster than a normal project. So we're anticipating September with a window through February of next year to get through DSA, and then we would be on the backside. As we're getting DSA sign off, we would already be in construction, and commissioning would start from January to August. So we're looking at a delivery date for the phase 1. So that would be Lot 7, 5, and CEC by August of 27. Yes, Tammy.
Thank you. Out of the total with contingency and escalation of $49.5 million, how much of that will be rebated by anybody?
So we know what PWP is rebating us, and we think we're close to
About
$1 million, and then depending on the chargers, we may be able to get a little bit more from PWP. And then normally what happens is when we go out through procurement, if there are any federal programs left, usually that's what we try to look and see what we can leverage on federal programs. But we don't have a number on what we may be able to augment from outside sources.
Do we share revenue with the companies that maintain the chargers, or with the fees that motorists pay to charge?
Well, normally that's a back-end contract, and so there's different ways that will happen. So there's the amount of electricity that's going to go through, right? And then there was usually a built-in, like we say, an O&M part that would add into that price. And then it depends on which back end we get, and we will look for best value about how much that split is. What we will look for is to make sure that we're making enough money to cover our total cost of ownership and replacement at some time in the future. So EV chargers do not have the service life that the PV and battery storage have. So we're looking at about a 10-year life, and that would all be part of our rate structure. Okay. So big number. Hate to be a little flippant, but it takes some green to be green, you know?
And these are bond dollars, correct?
Yeah, correct. So here's some of our key points and takeaways. We have some cost savings and simple payback of PV. We're actually going to be saving on our utility bill. You know, the roundup would be possibly up to $2 million a year in our revenue, or our expenditures against what it costs us for our power bills. The simple payback period of this project paying for itself, because it is paying for itself. It's lowering our utility bill. We will be able to at least break even on the chargers, with hopefully we will be making on our service agreement that they will refresh every 10 years as part of our rates. We're looking at 18.8 years. We're looking at a holistic master plan approach, which is, like I said, we in 799, we talk about decarbonization, and we're picking, I'll call it the low-hanging fruit right now, right? EV, we have the parking lots that are available. We know designs for PV, and we're looking at, we know the need for the EV chargers and the battery systems. What's going to take a little bit more time in this holistic approach, and that's our phase 4, is to take the strategy, look at our strategy for electrification of our gas-fired appliances on campus. That's a master plan that takes a little bit more time. So later this summer, Accenture will be going into, and we're currently right now working with Kilowatt. We're looking at all of our meters and sub-metering. We're identifying all of our appliances, and then we were looking at how much BTUs we need to generate. And we're trying to find out if there's things in the industry that can take what gas does for us today as electricity. So that's where we're at the fourth step in this. This is a significant investment. It's very forward-thinking. You know, we're looking at close to $50 million, but it does pay itself back. I mean, so it takes a while, but at least it's not sunk in costs where we'll never see revenue generated back. And just as a final note, when we looked at the facility strategic plan, we kind of looked at PV in lots 1, 3, and 5, and we had budgeted 9.4. This was all before the resolution passed. So since the resolution passed, we have now taken a look and re-looked at it and reworked this. And just to give you a rough order of magnitude, we're looking for this phase 1, which is CEC lots 5 and 7, roughly coming in around 14 million. But the aggressive schedule getting us to make the 2030, you're looking at that all-in cost of close to 50 million.
Do you foresee that with green tech changing, technology changing so fast, you know, now that we're seeing just the different iterations even of charging stations, that what we say yes to today may not be relevant, you know, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, or down the line?
I'm going to let Stephen answer that one.
Great question. So I would say the hardware itself. Let's think about these projects as infrastructure and hardware, right? The infrastructure itself is forever infrastructure. You are investing in your college just like you are all the tunnels and conduit and everything that go under the ground, the electrical switchgear, all that stuff. That is all going to remain relevant into the future. What may need to change is the EV chargers themselves, the solar panels in 25 years, the batteries in 20 years. But that is such a minor part of the project that when you do go and refresh these technologies, you've already done the heavy lifting.
So you're saying that out of the 49.5 million, what would be the infrastructure of the 49.5, and what would be the hardware?
The hardware, right.
Yeah. You don't need to answer this today if you
Right.
don't have that, but
Right.
that's something that I would like to know.
It's over half is the
Okay.
infrastructure.
Okay.
Yeah. So when you do it again, you get a 50% discount.
Can I just ask one question real
Yeah.
quick, clarification?
Yes.
It's $50 million, but that does not include the last phase, which is the gas
Correct.
phase. So there's another chunk here, another tranche here to get to 100% decarbonization. And that's getting rid of all the fossil fuel, the gas sort of burning stuff on the campus. And that project is going to be like this project. That's a project that's going to start in the summer to review all of that across the campus and then have a number for that. And that will also not be inexpensive. It's going to be a very significant investment. A worthwhile investment, but everybody needs to be aware that it's a very significant investment.
Yeah.
Unlike any investment at any college in the state of California for sure, and probably across the country.
Yes, from a facility standpoint, it's a huge lift. That you have infrastructure here, you have gas piping, you have boilers, gas-fired boilers, and those, some of those, like in the gym, we have a very large boiler that services all the showers. So it gets rethought, right? It ends up being point of use, and then so that means walls are open, things are changed. There's a lot of facilities, infrastructure that will need to change. Electrical services will have to increase in buildings in order to provide that energy or provide that heat or heated water via electrification. So that's why this one was taking. We didn't want to spend all the time trying to do that. We knew this was an easy lift. We went for this. We knew there was the need from the surveys. We need to get the chargers, and we can start generating power. That helps out PWP in their goals for their same, we're helping them, and we're working right alongside with them. So this next portion is going to take a little bit of time to figure out, and then we'll come up with a thought out plan and a proposed budget for that next lift.
Alton and then Tammy.
Tammy had her hand first. You can go.
I know that it's very difficult for apartment dwellers to buy an electric vehicle because they can't charge. So will our chargers be open to the community?
I believe we're a community college,
So-
right? That's all things that we can work out in the future with campus police that maybe because currently you need to have a parking permit to use our parking lots. So that's something that when we sit down and start talking about the project is, do you get a charging permit? I don't know, but that's something we will work out with the chief.
So a couple thoughts and question here. My questions first is that for these PV, the battery storage, the charging stations, all of that, from these phases, how much will we still be relying on PWP after the full tranche of this is installed, and how much are we producing on our own? Percentage roughly.
Right. About 50% right now. You would be relying on PWP, and that is before electrification. Remember that every boiler that we replace with an electric appliance brings your utility bill up, or your electric bill up. So there is, but given the loads right now, we're at about 50%, and we've run out of room with the easy low-hanging targets.
Right.
And that's why, given the sustainability planning and the holistic view that the college is taking, every new building that goes in will need an appreciable amount of solar to essentially offset itself, so it doesn't increase the need from PWP for more electricity.
That's helpful, thank you. And then my next thought is that when we're talking about, I think obviously this is great, and I fully support this. I just want to say that before I bring up other thoughts. When we talk about, for example, phase four, the electrification and removing of those gas firing anythings, that is going to be, every building in this campus, I believe, has some sort of thing that probably produces, that's gas fired. And you mentioned, Richard, the gym, for example, the boiler. I think I just want to make sure that as you all are looking towards that in the summer, that we are also keeping in mind, and I'm sure you are, but keeping in mind our facility strategic plan, because I don't want to, let's say, invest a lot of money in a building that we're planning on eventually
demolishing,
changing, or
Yes.
or removing, right? If that's already in the plans for another outcome, I don't want us let's spend the money to electrify this now, but then we're going to tear it down in a few years. I'm not saying it's a literal example of what's going to happen, but I just want to keep that contrast in mind as well.
No, absolutely. We take a look at the master plan and we phase things. So currently, just so you know, right now, facility staff, there are all sorts of, I'll just call them boilers, and they're water heaters, right? And so they're all sorts of different sizes. And what we've done is we've done an inventory. We know where they are in their service life, and if they are at a replaceable point, we're replacing them, and we have capacity. We're replacing them with electrics now. So just in our regular M&O refreshing, so the most recent example would have been, we had a boiler failure in the E building last year, and it resulted in water damage, et cetera. So we got through that, and when we replaced that boiler, it was in the penthouse, it's on the roof, basically, and so it went third and fourth, second floor. We've replaced that with an electric.
Great.
So that's what I've given my facility staff. That's their marching orders. If we can replace it with electric, we replace it with electric. So that's what's going on there. And then as far as the facility strategic plan is, yes, there are buildings that you'll see that I don't recommend touching or that we're bypassing right now because they are in the milestone scheduled for replacement, demolition, et cetera. So yes, we keep that in mind. But there's also that other thing too, is that if it's not going to happen for 10 years, then we may have to put something into it now, just to keep the functionality for our students and staff.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Trustee Chan. My last thought is that, I'm sure a lot of my colleagues probably had a little bit of sticker shots looking at this, even though I know the resolution 799 passed unanimously. And I think it's still an important step forward as we talk about what it means for our communities, what it means for our future, and I think in some ways future-proofing ourselves in what's to come. Just this year we're all living through energy costs that are absurdly changing on any given day. I think you said, any given week. So I think this is still a really critical program. But I think because of this investment and because of some of the shifts in the conversation we've had over the last few years since our original bond measure PCC passed, we need to really think about also engaging with the community again on what it means for what they are asking us to do, right? If the community has been, and we support it, I'm not saying we're not supporting, but as the community is asking us to think in this way, think big, quite frankly, something that, as Dr. Gomez mentioned, is not happening at probably any other community college. I think there's going to be a conversation that we need to have about the community also has to support us in this effort, because this project to me is not just something that we're doing for ourselves, which certainly it is. I think there are great benefits to this just as an institution internally, but this is certainly also a massive step, I think, for our region. And so that's something that I just want to bring up to my colleagues in thinking about what does it mean for the community to help support this work down the line. Because as we know, when we passed the refresh of the strategic plan for facilities, that there are so many critical projects that we still need to do across our campus, and not to mention the work that we want to do in PCC Rosemead, right? Like what we have so far, the plans and dreams that we're working towards, we don't have the cash for that. And the reality is that we need to be able to do it because these are all projects that everybody has unanimously agreed are critical future plans for our institution. So I just wanted to mention that as a thing for us to continue to consider moving forward. And thank you for the presentation. And can this be
I don't think it's done.
sent to us?
Is the presentation done?
I think Trustee
Oh, I
Chen Lau
interrupted
had a
it. Sorry.
question.
Okay, Trustee Chen Lau, yeah.
No, I agree with you, Trustee Wang, and I believe that at the very center of this is the fact that we have a fiduciary responsibility for the taxpayers' money, right? And so we are asking these questions to do our due diligence in how we are going to spend this money and how are we prioritizing it. So I appreciate the thoughtful questions that you have raised. My question is a bit more myopic. I am a EV charger user, and I recall that several years ago, the city of Pasadena really went all in on EV chargers and set up hundreds of EV chargers around the city. Come 5 years later, a few years later, there's been some challenges with those EV chargers. I would say half of them, if not 2/3 of them, may not be working, right? So how are we, what is the plan in who's managing the EV chargers? I know that we're not doing it as a college, right? And how can we use the lessons that city of Pasadena has sadly learned and not have that happen to us?
Yep, and that's exactly why in those numbers you see the 10-year plus O&M contracts. There are vendors out there who make a whole business and engage workforce development with installing, operating, and maintaining these EV chargers, replacing cords, replacing chargers when inevitably somebody drives over them. I mean, we're putting infrastructure right where cars are, and we know how that inevitably ends. Or designing them in a way where there's a bollard in front of them so they don't get hit. But to your point, that's why we're including costs to make sure that these don't go in and then everybody forgets about them and then starts complaining about them because they're broken.
Well, what's happened with the city of Pasadena is that the folks who bid on those contracts and received those contracts, they went out of business, right? So in this type of contract negotiations that we're in, how are we protecting us from that happening to us?
We're doing a couple things. We are hopefully going to use a master services agreement with the Community College Foundation that has pre-vetted these vendors, including looking at the longevity of these organizations and making sure that we're not going to startup X or startup Y, or if we are, that they are backed by somebody who has been doing charger O&M for 10 plus years.
Okay.
Making sure that indeed, I'm an EV driver too, and I hate when I run into a EV charger. You plug in, you're on 1%, you plug in, and it's like, I'm sorry, I don't work. That's nobody wants to experience that. And so we are baking in levels of service at every step of the process to make sure that we don't or minimize the risk of ending up in a situation where we have a bunch of chargers that don't work.
Okay. Thank you.
Steve?
Yeah, wanted to commend you all on the wonderful work. I also appreciate the green you're wearing, Richard. Very, very appropriate. I know there were a lot of great questions asked. I just wanted to remind my colleagues too that we can continue discussing this at a facilities meeting and then come back with.
I believe we will.
Perfect, with updates, so this won't be the last time we hear about all of this. And I'll say too, for our next presentation, I think the number that really, for me, makes a big impact is the fact that this pays for itself in, 18.8 years? That's just graduating high school. So in like a matter of no time, this is really an investment that thinking about the future of this college makes sense. So as we begin thinking about phase 4 and y'all continue this work and come back to the board, I think really leading with that number is not only great for all of us to know, but when we go back to the community and talk to our residents, I think that's something we can lift up.
Can I say something in response to that? That number is just utility bill savings. It does not account for the resiliency benefits. We talk about recovering from fires. It does not account for the resiliency benefits of having your own generation on campus that you can generate from the sun and store, right? That is not in that number. There is a value to that.
Perfect.
And we want to work with you all to figure out what that value is so that when we present a number, it is, sure, it's bill savings, but then there's so many more benefits to it.
It can be a full slide next time.
That's right.
Thank you.
When you said that it would be about a 50% of self-generated electricity and 50% to PWP, so I know that new buildings will, the plan is to net out 0.
Right, correct.
But
By code.
have we now maximized where solar panels can go? And is that why we can't have a higher percentage of self-generated electricity?
Yes and no. So what happens here is we have building cycles, and so that we do have buildings that we may be able to put solar on, but it's just cost prohibitive at this point to retrofit the entire building to sustain the added weight and wind shears on those. So when we think about it, the high gym roof on kinesiology, when we go back to a slide, we're not planning that because we're today, in today's world, it's going to be too costly to go in and retrofit that building. So the cost savings, it just doesn't pencil today. But when we build the new STEM building and we build the new Rosemead Center and when we build a new student services and we build new academic buildings, every one of those in our guidelines is required, not only from us as a college, but it's also required by Title 24 by the state of California in the Green Code. So we are going to build to those net zeros. Okay.
Walton?
Sorry, me again. When you guys decided on the number of the EV charging stations, was that based on like feedback? Like, how do we get to those numbers? Because obviously building them is not cheap. It's expensive to build these charging stations. So how do we get to what the numbers that we have here?
Right. So we looked at a couple of different factors. First, we took into account the great demand from the surveys. Secondly, we looked at current Cal Green Code, which says if you're building a new parking lot, and you have X number of spaces you need to install Y number of EV chargers. And then we said, and we're going to do DC fast chargers on top of that. So you'll see strategic numbers of them per lot by what Cal Green Code requires, not only for what we call EV charging stalls, but EV capable stalls, which have all the infrastructure up to basically the charger stub outs. So it makes adding those later. The other thing that does is if Cal Green moves the code again, it cements us into this cycle. So we don't have to fill 90% of all the stalls with that because we built the parking lot and the infrastructure during this code, and we're set up not only to meet the demand today, but to meet up to 20% of the stalls that are there will have the capability or be able to EV charge vehicles.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Superintendent President.
I'm going to interrupt the meeting for a second to make a special presentation. Today is actually the last meeting of our Vice President, Assistant Superintendent of Business and Administrative Services. She has been here for a year. She's been wonderful. We really appreciate what she's done. So I don't want to talk because I got to grab something here real quick, but can you
So we can say thank you very much
Thank you.
on behalf of our colleagues.
I really wanted to, though. Did you really? Is that a joke? Are we joking right now? I like taking the train. I was just thinking that. I don't know. I'm not. It's not happening. But it's like, I know. I was like, the closer that we get to 9 o'clock, I'm like, I don't know. I just don't like to bother people. I'll ask Audrey though. I'll see if she's possible. Oh no, it goes on. I met him a couple times. I was
I have a question. So, what's the order of our announcements? Okay. Is there a flip phone? Okay.
So I just want to say something about Julie. Julie has tried to retire several times. You know, she spent 35 years working in city manager leadership here in Pasadena for most of that time. Most people don't know that she was actually born here in Pasadena. Huntington Hospital?
No, St. Luke's.
St. Luke's. St. Luke's. Went to elementary, middle school, and high school here in Pasadena. And your family has deep, deep roots in Pasadena for how many decades?
At least 4 generations.
4 generations. And that tells you why she really volunteered to come and help us here at PCC. You have been such an incredible addition to our PCC family, but of course you have been a part of our PCC family for many years because you've also served on the PCC Foundation. So I guess they get to have you back. They'll be happy about that. But before she actually came to PCC, she was at the Pasadena Playhouse serving as their VP there in an interim capacity. So I don't know what you're going to do next, but I know that it's hard for you to stay away. But we really, really appreciate you giving us so much of your time, so much of your energy. You just have a great love for this community and for Pasadena City College, and we appreciate you. And you are always a part of our family. So thank you, Julie.
Yeah, I just want to say also I got to serve on the budget subcommittee and working with you and your staff was not only a pleasure, but it was such a great learning experience for me. So I just really enjoyed working with you, and I will continue to enjoy working with you in some capacity, because if it was up to me, I would just keep you in this position, but it's not up to me. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Announcements by shared governance representatives and trustees. Let's start with associated students.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jai Watkins, and I'm the Associated Students EVP. We're glad to report that just over in the past month, we've had 6 events ranging from our Spring Club Rush, our political literacy event, and our cultural events, like our Diwali and Ramadan Iftar celebrations. Just last Friday, we had an Associated Students and Family Resource Center Easter event for the children of PCC students. We had games, an egg hunt, and we had an appearance from the Easter Bunny to take photos. One of the Associated Students' primary focuses this semester has been on to what to allocate the new transportation fee. We haven't came up with many things, but we're going to be meeting with the VP of Transportation to decide and to narrow things down. And we are also happy to announce that the ASPCC Executive Board applications and later the election is going to be happening, and we're looking forward to the change that new student leaders on campus will bring. Thank you.
Can I ask a quick question? In regards to the elections, that's happening when? In April, or is that?
Well, the applications
Right.
to intend to run are open right now,
Right.
but I believe the running period is going to start in May.
Okay, because I know that our next meeting, we're meeting with the Associated Students, correct? So are we meeting with?
We meet with the current
Current?
board.
Yeah,
We're
you're
meeting
gonna
the
meet with
current. Okay,
us.
just want to make sure. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Classified Senate.
Good afternoon. Classified Senate would like to begin by thanking the board for endorsing our nominee, Eric Valdez, the athletic equipment attendant from Kinesiology, Health, and Athletics Department, as PCC's Classified Employee of the Year. Eric was nominated for his exceptional professionalism, technical expertise, and leadership within his role. He is widely recognized as the backbone of operations within the athletics and kinesiology division, ensuring seamless coordination between coaches, faculty, and staff. His deep knowledge of equipment management, safety protocols, and program needs allows him to operate with a high level of competence while serving a diverse student population. He is a proactive problem solver who steps in during critical situations without hesitation, addressing last-minute equipment issues and coordinating complex logistics across multiple programs with a solution-oriented approach. His commitment to excellence has directly contributed to the department's sustained success, including support for programs that have achieved multiple athletic championships for over the past decade. Eric's work ethic, reliability, and integrity set a standard of professionalism that elevates the entire department. In closing, we would also like to extend a warm welcome to our newest classified professionals. Thank you.
Thank you. Management Association.
Good evening, everyone. Here are some updates from managers around campus. This week, Brenda Trejo and the team from Child Development Center have been celebrating Week of the Young Child, an annual event sponsored by the National Association for the Education of Young Children. They had Mini Chef Monday, where the kids from the CDC learned how to prepare simple snacks and talked about healthy meals. Then Tiny Tunes Tuesday, where the preschool classes got to listen to the PCC's jazz ensemble. Today was Work Together Wednesday, where the children partnered with Facilities Landscaping Crew to plant flowers around the CDC and learn more about caring for their environment. And tomorrow will be Artsy Thursday, where the preschool students will visit our ceramics department on campus and create art. The culminating event on Friday will be the annual Triathlon fundraiser at 3 p.m. in the Quad. This is such a fun event that brings such a joyful energy to the campus each year. If you'd like to support these events and the Child Development Center, you can donate. You can find the link for donations through the Inside Outside PCC. The next update is from Lisa Foster, PCC's director of the Veterans Resource Center. The Veterans Resource Center will start the relocation process to SV32 next week on April 16th. The VRC will be closed to students on Monday, April 20th to allow staff to unpack and IT to complete computer setup. They will reopen on Tuesday, April 21st. An open house for the VRC will be held on Thursday, April 23rd to welcome the campus community and provide an opportunity to tour the new space. PCC's veteran services have consistently been acknowledged as some of the best in the country. Recently, PCC was recognized as a top 10 military-friendly school in the nation among large community colleges for 2026 to 2027, along with designation as a military spouse-friendly school. This national recognition reflects PCC's strong commitment to serving veteran and military-connected students through comprehensive support, collaboration across campus, and a focus on student success. Finally, nominations are now open for the 2026 to 2027 Management Advisory Council Board. Every position except for my own is open, so Vice President, Secretary, Treasurer, and Coordinator. Managers, please consider nominating a fellow manager or yourself for our open positions, and you too could be presenting for the Board of Trustees. This concludes our report. Thank you.
Thank you. Academic Senate.
Good evening.
In Academic Senate, we are about to have our yearly elections. Your current board will be running again in the same positions, and we welcome your support in helping us to continue to serve faculty and students. We also continue to work on important issues like accessibility for all, DE recertification, AI at PCC, a Center for Teaching and Learning, and equity issues that affect part-time faculty. We are looking forward to spring break next week, but are also looking a little further down the road to celebrating our students at commencement and recognizing faculty and staff through end-of-year awards like the Risser Award and the Above and Beyond Awards. Finally, we'd like to express our support for Ale's public statement and comment here tonight on renaming the March 31st holiday to Farm Workers' Day. We will be advocating for this change in our calendar committee meeting tomorrow. Thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Student trustee?
Just a couple weeks ago, I had the pleasure of heading to DC to lobby for Pasadena City College students. Along with the ASPCC External Affairs Committee, I facilitated legislative discussions with the offices of lawmakers such as Senator Bernie Sanders, Representative Rashida Tlaib, Representative Judy Chu, and California Governor Alex Padilla. These discussions, as you can tell from who we spoke to, were mainly centered around increasing access for community college students. We advocated to end taxes on the Pell Grant and to protect professional degree recognition. We addressed issues pertaining to undocumented students as well, highlighting the risk of data insecurity with the newfound influence of AI. As I was leaving Senator Sanders' office, I also met someone who I never imagined meeting, Representative AOC. I wish I got to tell her about how much I love PCC, but honestly, it's really hard talking to someone who you've idolized for so many years. So I was frozen. I didn't know how to talk, but it's okay. In my mind, it went better than it actually went. Anyway, I'm so grateful to the college for supporting students on these insightful trips. It's been an honor representing our students, and I'm looking forward to the AS and BOT meeting next meeting. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Trustee Aragon?
That's wonderful. You got to meet AOC. Did you get a picture? At least, yes. I'd like to see that. Okay, quickly, because in honor of time here, I was able to attend the going home filming. I believe Dr. Gomez, right? You were there. We were sitting together. It's just been a little while. So congratulations to everybody who put that together. If you haven't seen the film, I hope they do another filming on another screening on the campus. That would be wonderful. But it juxtaposed the Altadena Little League with also the survivors of the fire. I got to meet some of the youth that were in that film and some of the parents. It was very moving, and yes, it was pretty amazing. I also attended the LACSA meeting that we had here on campus. I know Dr. Gibson helped put that together with other school board members and other trustees in the Alley County area. I serve as the rep, so thank you for putting that together. I know next week is spring break for this campus, but there is an LGBTQ plus summit for the California community colleges that goes on. It's it'll be both on Zoom next Wednesday and Thursday, so if you get a chance to check that out, they're still taking registrations for that conference. So yes, and then down here, I'm flipping these things to here. Today I got to sit with the Rising Scholars, which are the students that are equivalent to our core program here at GCC, and it was just a wonderful opportunity for me to sit with another program's Rising Scholars, and here the topic really was on destigmatizing trauma, or destigmatizing yes, not only the trauma, but the stigma of being a formerly incarcerated student. But what really was cool that came out of it is that they know PCC's program, they've worked with PCC's program, so it was just exciting to see that collaboration happening. Two other things here. I want to thank Dr. Gomez and his staff that are on my left there for hosting the Latino Equality Alliance. I sit on that board. It's essentially a LGBTQ plus board that serves youth up to 25 years of age. There's a lot of college students that use that nonprofit organization, so I'm trying to build that bridge so that we can make sure that they know that PCC is a home for them to come as students. So thank you for your generous donation, Dr. Gomez, and for having the board there. They were very impressed, and I want to continue to build that. So thank you so much. And I think the last thing I want to say is spring break is coming up. I was talking to Dr. Gomez to make sure that I know that not everyone is off next week, but I just want to wish the students a good spring break and the staff and the faculty, please take some time for your holistic health. I know many times we get involved in many things, but just please take some time for yourself and enjoy a little bit of your spring break. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Wong.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm just going to highlight a couple things and keep this pretty short. Just the other day, yesterday, Trustee Liu and I had the pleasure of being pretend Supreme Court justices for a Supreme Court mock argument hosted by two of
We
our...
want you to be real Supreme Court justices.
They got us robes and everything, so it was kind of intense. But it was hosted by two of our student organizations, the Pasadena Forum and the Pre-Law Society, which they did an incredible job talking about the birthright citizenship case that was just heard before the Supreme Court last week. And these students took time outside of all their academic needs and requirements to put together really intelligent and well thought out arguments and briefs. And so it was really a pleasure to hear that and to see so many promising future lawyers that care about our communities and care about our world. So I wanted to thank them for all the work they did for that. A couple weeks ago, I had the pleasure of attending a listening session hosted by the National Asian Pacific American Museum Commission, which is a bipartisan commission created by Congress to explore the possibility of a future permanent National Asian Pacific American Museum. I joined and provided some comments about not only the importance of Asian Pacific American history, being expansive in how we think about our identities and our histories and our stories, to not do so linearly, and to avidly avoid the use of AI in the collection of any materials, because some folks were advocating the other ways. And we have incredible scholars and historians that already do this work that we should draw upon. And finally, I wanted to give a quick shout out to retiring President and CEO of Planned Parenthood Pasadena and San Gabriel Valley, Sherry Bonner, who just had her last day last week. She's been an incredible force growing this really important organization from one health center here in Pasadena to now more than half a dozen across the West San Gabriel Valley. The impact of PPP SUV has been really significant, and I was really under Sherry's leadership that has happened and that has come to fruition. And it's because of Sherry that not only have they grown, but even in a time when Planned Parenthood affiliates are facing such, quite frankly, traumatic attacks from the federal government, they have remained resilient in providing the services. And I actually have the pleasure of sitting on their API advisory body that is discussing how they can better provide services to the Asian American and Pacific Islander community. And so their commitment to this community under the leadership of Sherry has not gone unnoticed. I want to say thank you to her. That concludes my report.
Thank you.
Okay.
Trustee Silver.
All right. I will highlight just two things that I've done in the past month. One was I went to the Temple City High School school musical, their production of The Little Mermaid, and it was phenomenal. It was so good. It was held at the San Gabriel Mission Playhouse, a beautiful theater. The sets were terrific. The student singers and actors and dancers were amazing. The Ariel, the character of Ariel, was occasionally hooked up to wires, and like when she would swim to the surface, the wires lifted this high school student up so high above the stage, which was scary, but everything was good. It was excellent. And this was more than a high school musical. This was a community musical, and they brought in elementary and middle school students as dancing sea turtles and dancing starfish, and it was a wonderful, heartwarming experience, which I recommend a Temple City musical if you ever get the chance. The other thing is that I'm going to highlight is I attended the San Gabriel Valley Economic Forecast Summit. Our Dr. Salvatrice Cuomo has been very involved with the San Gabriel Valley Economic Partnership, And we're trying to build our economy in the San Gabriel Valley, and it is really powerful to come together as the whole San Gabriel Valley, because we don't get the publicity of the West Side, San Fernando Valley. And I think that we're making a difference. This organization is making a difference. And we got to hear economic statistics about our own very local area. One that I want to highlight is that according to the economists that presented to us, the two highest growth job areas in the future are construction. We understand why construction, and health services. And those happen to be two areas where PCC is growing and or very strong. So I'm glad that we're aligning our academic offerings with the economic future of our community. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Trustee Lou?
I'm glad The Little Mermaid was good. Anytime I watch it, I just think how we all have to decarbonize, otherwise we'll be under the sea.
People are too tired to laugh.
I'm tired too. I just wanted to thank Julie again for a wonderful service. Thank you for coming out of retirement to serve our college. I really appreciated working with you on the facilities subcommittee. And I can't speak for the city of Rosemead, but I'm sure they would say thank you as well. And then I also wanted to just say thank you for the support for the Temple City Chamber of Commerce's inaugural block party for the city of Temple City. It was great to have PCC's outreach team there and have PCC be there as the presenting sponsor. And lastly, for the pre-law club's moot court competition, just wanted to shout out the students that were here earlier, including Alan Alexander, who helped organize it, and also shout out Mayor of Monterey Park, Liz Yang, who also served on the moot court, Supreme Court panel alongside me and Trustee Wong. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. I also want to thank Vice President Julie. Great working with you, and thank you so much for your year of service. Done so much for the school. We appreciate it. I want to thank PCC for hosting LAXTA meeting last month, their in-person monthly meeting and social event. LAXTA is the association of the 90 school districts, K through 14 in Los Angeles County. And it was great that PCC took a position of leadership and gave a great presentation about our dual enrollment programs to share with these representatives from the other school districts in the county. So that was a great event that PCC was able to run for LAXTA. I'm excited to be in 2 weeks at the Los Angeles Times Festival of Books. I'll have a booth there with my books, so I'm looking forward to that. I want to appreciate PCC for their continuing work to support rebuilding and reconstruction and repair of Altadena and Pasadena through the programs that are happening here, including the Wildfire Academy, the Corps, the construction training. These are all skills that are needed in the coming years to rebuild after the devastating fires that happened. And on that note, I personally will be returning to a rebuilt home in Altadena next week, so looking forward to that. So thank you. Thanks so much for all the support everyone's given me. Appreciate it. And I'm wishing everybody a great spring break.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Do it. Enjoy.
Proposed future board business meeting dates. Any changes? No. Proposed future agenda items. No. Do we have a move to adjourn?
So moved.
Do we have a second? All right.
There's
All
not
in
a second.
all in favor?
Aye.
All right. Adjourned.
Hey.